180 of them, different places around the country. Same thing, cookie cutter, McDonald's, same thing, franchise all the way. And we looked at that carefully because we could use it if we could amend it, if we could adapt it to local conditions, and they flat out refused. They were extremely restrictive on funding. All funding had to go through them before it came back to us to fund the thing. It's a little, straw borrower type thing. Didn't like that. So it's just extremely rigid, and we decided that we didn't want to do that. So we came up with our own design, which is what you've got in front of you today. It's a very simple design. In fact, you have the War Memorial pillar, and then you have the Gold Star family pillar. Looking at each other, we've always wanted to have this monument convene with the 114 names on the War Memorial. And we feel it works this way.
Have you ever seen the Gold Star, I don't know if it's Mothers or Families Memorial, in Albany, New York? It's a beautiful cutout. It's very aesthetic.
With what?
It's a beautiful cutout.
Cutout, yes. Well, that's the one.
Suggesting the people who have been lost.
That's the one with the cutout of the soldier. That is the one that is the nationwide monument, the Woody Williams Foundation of Louisville. Woody Williams, who died earlier this year, was the last Medal of Honor recipient of World War II, got in Okinawa. And he created the foundation, the Woody Williams Foundation, and their whole thing was to do this. It was 7 feet tall, and it was from here. It was huge, and we just didn't think that it would go well in Van Ness. And we said, well, can we cut it down a little bit? We don't want it that wide. Well, you can do a little bit less, and it was just a big hassle, and again, very restrictive on funding. And we just decided that we didn't want to do that. So we came up with this design. Done a lot of research, and we've learned a lot of stuff, I can tell you that.
So I have a question about the placement of this.
About what?
The placement is different than where you had originally.
Yeah.
So how did this placement come about?
Well, we're over at Van Ness looking at that original site, and someone from another organization, what was the organization, do you remember? They had just had a bench put in right by the War Memorial, and we were right behind them, and they thought it was
Too close.
Too close. And that, too, was the only that's when we were initially doing RFPs, and we got them for like 10 feet tall. It was huge things, which really would have dwarfed everything around it. So we moved that. And I personally like this better because it's a straight line. It's a straight line.
Well, the problem that I have with this is because it is a straight line, we have music in the park.
You have what?
It's music in the park.
Oh, sure.
We have lots of vans,
Oh, yeah.
and they set up in front of the War Memorial, and most of the crowd sits exactly where the monument is,
I think there'll be enough room.
shown on this.
Yeah, I think there'll be enough room. We talked about that. The different usages, Santa Claus, different usages of the park, and how this monument would blend in or contrast or impede or whatever, and haven't found a sound argument yet.
I mean, I think it's not a great location.
What?
I don't think it's a good location in the park.
I'm sorry, say again?
I don't think it's a good location in this park. I mean, I think the monument is a great idea. I think Van Ness is a great idea. But this particular spot, I think, will be a problem with so many things that already happen at Van Ness on a yearly basis. We have the Daffodil Festival where all tables are set up. Like, I don't know. I just see it as a problem.
Well, it is a planting opportunity
Say
for
that
the
again?
Is it a planting opportunity for the Daffodil Festival and other such events? Because there will be landscaping. I haven't talked about landscaping because we haven't talked about landscaping.
Right, I'm just saying this piece of open grass that it is right now is used for so many things that I don't think could be used if a monument that is 10 by 8 plus plantings around it, it will take up a lot of that open space.
So I just want to, I think I want to just remind, Chris, hang on. I just want to remind everyone that this is Memorial Park at Van Ness Square. First and foremost, this is Memorial Park at Van Ness Square. And I have been helping. I've been actually fundraising. And my opinion is that it is first and foremost a park where we gather. The primary purpose of the park is to gather, to pay respect to those who served our nation. And in this matter, this is paying respect to those people who died in the line of duty and the families that they left behind, Gold Star mothers and Gold Star families. Memorial Park at Van Ness Square is named that for a reason. So first and foremost, that's what that park is. So I'm very supportive of this. I have helped, and I fundraised, and I witnessed firsthand the process, the thought that went into this, and I witnessed firsthand the importance of the relationship of this Gold Star monument to the War Memorial. And I think that this is an opportunity. The first iteration was 3 people sitting on the existing War Memorial. It did not serve the purpose. It didn't convey the depth of sacrifice and respect. The second with the Woody, what's his name? Williams, sorry. Woody Williams Foundation was entirely too restrictive, and the unit was huge. And there's lots of space in the park, but this is a memorial park at Van Ness Square. First and foremost, it is to acknowledge service and sacrifice to our nation.
Chris, I have a question, but first I want to thank everybody involved in this process. I don't think that anybody can think that this is not a critical thing, that you know, the Gold Star families have made the sacrifices that we hope never to make in our families, and we admire them and appreciate them for that. I'm going to ask, is this going to be surrounded by, tell me about the vegetation you have in mind. Tell me what you're thinking about this. Lorraine raised a point, and I hope this is not disrespectful in any way to say, if there are bands playing, is this going to be the kind of thing that people can sit on? Or is it going to be surrounded by, for example, the War Memorial is surrounded by a chain that no one is supposed to go on the memorial? Tell me about that. What are your plans?
I'll tell you a story. One of your colleagues who sat in your chairs a few years ago complained to me having seen kids playing on the War Memorial, skating around, having fun, playing on the War Memorial. And she thought it was, and I told her, I think that's why those 114 died, so the kids could play. Tell the kids in Ukraine how much they, if they can play today. You know, those 114 died so that musicians could come with their bongos and sit on the steps and bongo. Kids could roller skate on the steps, and they could have fun. That's why they died. That's why we can stand here and talk back and forth.
I like that story.
Yeah.
I like that story a lot. And so to my original question and to address Lorraine's concerns, is this something that, I mean, I look at this and I'm going to guesstimate that that platform is about a foot high, which if it were appropriate, and I don't know that it is or it isn't, I defer to you, it would be a great place to
Yep.
sit,
Yeah.
whether it's to just be in the park, to enjoy the concert that would be in front of it. I mean, I actually look at the monument, the front lower monument that is kind of pitched, and I think to myself, if it were appropriate, that's where I'd want to sit and watch the concert.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll sit with you, because I will sit there.
Sounds like
I
a
would
plan.
sit there. I'd try to get a closer seat, but I would sit there. And again, it goes back to the kids playing on the War Memorial.
So this is not going to be surrounded by a chain. It's not going to be surrounded
We
by.
do not foresee any kind of impediment. We haven't really talked a lot about landscaping, but there will be some landscaping, not a lot.
Because, and again, for me, like I said, I defer to you for what's appropriate, but if this is something that people can sit on and children can play on,
Yeah.
then it is, I don't see an issue with the location of it at all.
You know, can I just add, one of the drawings, and you bring up a good point, because I think that one of the conversations was always that people could sit there, and I think in one of the images you see the fellow standing behind it, so he's standing on it. But I think in one of the iterations there was a built-in bench. So that could easily be added to this to accommodate something very similar. So maybe once, you know, we can move forward with this, maybe integrating that bench back in would be a benefit and resolve two issues, because then you could actually sit and contemplate and watch, and people could also sit on the front if they wanted to, which
Yeah.
adds a little extra seating.
Right, and by the way, I know that Lorraine's concern doesn't take away any of her respect and hope for this monument. She wants this monument like we all do, and the respect that we share for Gold Star families, and I know she does, and she's just trying to find the best iteration of this whole thing.
This, of course, would be the centerpiece for any Gold Star family event in the future, like the one that we missed this weekend, unfortunately, because the weathermen can't coordinate with us.
Yeah, and I don't know that this needs any benches. Again, it is a natural, because it's a pedestal.
Right. No,
There's natural seating
Yeah.
there
I
that
agree.
I think actually works with the other uses in the park. So I don't see that as an issue.
And I think I just wanted to point out that part of the group, as they went through, it was kind of fascinating to watch the process, but the space, the narrowness of the back monument, the back piece, and the space in between allows for wreaths to be appropriately placed as well. It's very thoughtful in its process.
And we all appreciate the time you spent in figuring out what really works and what doesn't. As you know, as we all said, well, gee, the last one looked really nice. We like that. Yeah. But you kept looking and asking questions and trying to find out the right thing. And I'm sure that if we keep looking for the next 10 years, we'll keep refining it. But I don't know that there's any need to do that. I think that this is a timeless monument. I believe that the location does work. But again, you know, I'm so happy with the story that you told. I think it's perfect.
So if there's seating on it, are you good with that? If you can
Yeah,
sit?
I mean, I would have thought that it would be inappropriate to sit on, just like the
Which
War
was why
Memorial.
I asked.
I would
Because-
never, if I was walking through the park and my kids wanted to walk on it, I would yell at them, you know?
So maybe and just as a suggestion, maybe in that front language, we invite people to say, the sacrifice was made so that you could sit here and be here. So maybe that's language that can be incorporated into the plaque that makes it inviting and tells people, it's okay, you can sit there.
I think, I wouldn't want to muddy it up
Right.
with too much,
Fine.
Perhaps, again, I think once it's there, we can see how it gets used.
Right.
And if, people are, if there are moms who are yelling at their kids for sitting on it, which my mom certainly would have, and I think my wife would have yelled at our kids, which was why I asked the same thing, is if it's appropriate. If we see that's an issue, perhaps we would put a small sign somewhere, but I don't know that I would put it on the monument itself.
Okay.
But I still love your story.
We'll go for a walk.
When we unveil it, we could all be sitting underneath the.
I love that.
When it's unveiled, we could be sitting on it.
You want to go for a walk with me?
Sure.
Walk over, take a look? You tell me, we'll go over and we'll take a look. We have walked this town from one end to the other, looking for the proper place, and this is what we think is the best place.
Okay. It was just a very, I know what it was supposed to look like, where it was supposed to be. It was a big surprise.
Well, we need
for
this
me
kind of
to see
input
this here.
because it's this kind of input that made us change from one design to another.
Mm-hmm.
We realized, oh my goodness, maybe it doesn't work that well. I appreciate your comments.
No, and it's. I think it was a very fair question, which is why I asked my question to say, gee, I don't know. It looks like it might be a place to sit. Can I sit on it? And if I can sit on it with you, I'm looking forward to that day.
You bring lunch.
Mr. Stout?
Yes, ma'am.
Remind me, what is the material it's going to be made of?
I got that information today, and I bet I didn't bring it with me. It's granite. It's, damn. Did anybody get the measurements that I sent around?
Oh, I might have it. Do you want me to look? I have it? Sure. Okay, I might have it, Chris.
Well, all right. The stone, as I recall, is granite. And again, we're working with Memorial Arts of Ridgewood over by the duck pond. That's what they do for a living,
Oh.
And
I
they're the ones that are-
have it in front of
Oh, you
me.
have it?
Yeah,
What is
it is a white-gray granite, so it matches the existing, it's like similar color to other memorials in the park. And that base, who asked about the base? Did you ask the base?
I asked for the size, yeah.
Yeah, the base is 10 feet by 7 and 1 foot high.
Yeah, if you're looking at sustainability, I mean, I looked at that also, and this has got to be something that's going to be there as long as the stones in Valo Cemetery are there. I mean, they're a long, long, long time. The tri-folded flag, there's the pillar, then there's a stone in front with the text on it, and that is Canada Road Records. So the tri-folded flag will be set right there on the left-hand side. It's supposed to be
It's not in the image.
in bronze, and put right here. Tri-folded flag is symbolic of the fallen warriors.
So is that a real flag, or is it
No, no,
in
no,
granite?
Bronze. He just said
Oh,
bronze.
it's in bronze.
Yes.
I see.
I had the same question.
Yeah.
I see.
It's one of those things that speaks 1,000 words without opening its mouth, you know.
By all means, Bob.
I don't think we would be able to stop you, so come on up.
Did you have anything else?
No.
Come to the mic, Bob.
Come on,
Come to the mic,
microphone.
Come
please.
to the mic.
Come to,
Yeah, this is.
Want my name and address as well?
sure, we'll take your name and address.
You will?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I'm Robert Paoli. I live at 368 North Pleasant Avenue in Ridgewood. Whenever I visit a public park, I'm always interested in walking over to see a monument, to see who they're commemorating in the park. because that interests me. Now, Gold Star families are a very small segment of our society. And people of our age, or certainly my age, know what Gold Star families are. And you would be surprised how many adults don't know what a Gold Star family is, especially among our youth. Now, there's been some talk about the numerous activities that are held in the park, concerts that attracts a lot of young people. Well, I think this monument would be of great value to the people visiting the park, especially among our youth. Because I'm telling you, I talk to a lot of people, and when I mention Gold Star, they don't know what I'm talking about. So I think it's especially important because of the activities within the park, especially among our young people and our youth, that monument is there. It gives them something to look at and to talk about and to learn. So I think that's another enhancement of this monument as well.
Thank you, Commander.
Let me ask.
Mr. Paoli, of course, is commander of Ridgewood Post 53.
I should ask, just to be thorough, did you consider placement just outside the circle, maintaining the same relationship to the war memorial, still facing the war memorial, but placing it just outside the circle?
I'd have to go take a look at it. The idea is not to take it away from underneath the tree. It's got to be underneath the tree.
And I think that the issue then is there's no connection. Joe's hands are going up. There's no, do I understand it? I got it. So there's no relationship. When you put it behind the tree, you lose that connection to the two pieces, War Memorial, Gold Star Monument, and they are speaking. It's a relationship to those two. It's
Yeah.
a direct, but putting it behind the tree, that you lose that.
Oh, this tree?
There's a tree there, right?
Oh, okay.
Wait, where's the tree?
It's right.
It
where the
seems
end-
to be
it's
off to
right-
the
it's actually-
side.
It's a little bit, it's just.
I think it's
in
what they
that-
call the Christmas tree.
It's not the big Christmas tree, it's a small evergreen. It's an evergreen that's there.
And where is it in relation to the,
It would be right behind, it's right behind that X.
Behind
Literally,
it. Oh,
right,
so-
right
so
behind
this-
it.
So the picture is not accurate then?
Well, remember, it's a scale map. It's pretty accurate. I mean, it's from the village gave us the map.
How healthy is that tree?
It's pretty darn healthy, actually.
Oh, that's a
Say again?
beautiful tree.
No, the tree is healthy.
No.
It's a healthy tree.
We
It's
have
a-
so many unhealthy trees.
No, it happens to be a very healthy tree.
I can't hear you that
the
well.
Christmas tree is, I believe, on the outer perimeter of that circle.
It's not near the Christmas
Right,
tree.
right.
It's a small, it's an evergreen. It's okay, we got it under control.
Good, okay.
It's a different tree, but it's very healthy, and so it doesn't allow for that connection. I think that's what Joe's saying. Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right, so are we good with this then? Lorraine?
I would like to go to the park and look around personally.
Okay.
I think that's very reasonable.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would too.
Perhaps we could go with the group here.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think the council members are just going to visit the park and just take a look at the placement. And if everyone is in agreement, we'll just take a resolution we have to take a resolution, right, Heather? Do we need to
Yes, we should, and so we could do it on the 12th.
right, we can do it on the 12th if everyone goes and takes a
Before
look
that
at it.
time.
Okay?
Right.
All right. So they're going to just take a look at the placement, and because it's, just so they're clear where it is, and then if everyone's agreeable, we're going to adopt a resolution that authorizes the installation.
Would you like one of us to go with you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Paul's going to text you, I heard.
I need some time off,
Yeah.
but maybe one of these other folks will take
All
it.
right, we're good. I'll
Bob?
get everyone, whoever wants to get in touch, I'll connect everybody. I'll take care of
Bob,
it.
I'll reach out to you. Bob Paoli, Bob? Bob, I'll reach out to you so that we can arrange a mutually convenient time, and you can show us. Yeah, no, I'll check with the other council members, and we'll arrange a time next couple of days. Great, and I'm sorry you can't be around, Chris.
Give me a week.
But you might need a little more than a week.
All right.
I'll
Thank you very much, and we will be in touch and let you know when we're going to adopt a resolution, okay?
Thank you all very much.
All right,
Thank you.
All right, with that,
Did we do public comments?
yeah, I did.
We
Of course,
did?
yeah, we already did. All right, with that, I'm going to take a motion to suspend the work session and convene a special public meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Deputy Mayor Perrin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilman Vagianos,
Yes.
and Mayor Knutson.
Yes. All right, I'm going to call this meeting to order, the Village Council Special Public Meeting, September 28th, 2022. The time is 8:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled. Same is provided by law of a schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Deputy Mayor Perrin,
Here.
Councilwoman Reynolds,
Here.
Councilman Vagianos,
Here.
and Mayor Knutson.
Here. I move the clerk read Ordinance 3921 by title on second reading, and the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Vagianos,
Recused.
and Knutson.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of Ordinance 3921?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood Vehicles and Traffic at Section 265-29, parking meter zones designated, and at Section 265-72, Schedule 22, loading zones.
Public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Knutson.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3921 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Knutson.
Yes. We have resolutions.
The following resolutions numbered 22-327 through 22-330 are to be adopted by a consent agenda with one vote by the Village Council. Each resolution will be read by title only. 22-327, appoint members to Project Pride. 22-328, appoint members to Ridgewood Green Team Advisory Committee. 22-329, appoint members to Green Ridgewood. 22-330, appoint Village Council members as liaisons to various boards and committees.
Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Vagianos,
Yes.
and Knutson.
Yes. With that, we'll take a motion to adjourn and reconvene our regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
No, we canceled it. We took that off, right? Is 231 we removed?
Okay.
I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry.
22-331, we're removing from the agenda because we aren't ready to consider it at this time.
Okay. That's right. All right, so we took a motion to adjourn the special public meeting and reconvene the work session, and so who moved that, you?
I did.
All right, who's second?
I did.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Anyone opposed?
Nope, and now we're back. All right, and now we're on to Ridgewood Water.
Okay, our first item is for Ridgewood Water. Hold on one sec. This is the purchase of an annual service contract for maintenance of the chlorine, pH, and phosphate analyzers under the State of New Jersey Cooperative Purchasing Program. It would be to Hatch Company 5600 Lindbergh Drive in Loveland, Colorado. It's not to exceed $57,558, and it will be funded through the water utility operating budget.
Questions?
Okay, we have nothing under parking. I'll have Mr. Rooney come up for the next few. The next one is our annual audit and corrective action plan. All of the council members have received the annual audit for 2021. As a reminder, you are required to read at a minimum the general comments and recommendations. At the public meeting, we will adopt a resolution to adopt the annual audit, and also you will have to sign an affidavit saying that you've read the general comments and recommendations. Mr. Rooney is here to discuss briefly the audit and then also the corrective action plan for the comments and recommendations that were made for the audit.
So the first resolution, as Heather indicated, would be your review of the general comments and recommendations, and the second one is your acceptance of the corrective action plan, which I developed as a result of the 3 recommendations that our auditors identified in their annual audit. The first one concerns the funding of deficits and capital accounts, in which case our corrective action would be to monitor the capital funding requirements annually and cancel or fund projects as appropriate through financing of notes or bonds. The second relates to the reconciliation of funds received by outside offices to finance. Although a majority of our offices are reconciled to our books, we do have 1 or 2 that we're still working with on trying to get that information to be presented to us at the end of the year, so we will work diligently on getting that remedy. And the last one is the cancellation of encumbrances. We do review encumbrances actually monthly, and we make adjustments to those as we feel fit. So in some cases, we do have those that sit there at the end of the year only because we know we're going to be spending the money in the subsequent year. But for the most part, it's an active process. Any questions?
It seems to me the recommendations it's a shorter and shorter list, so we must be doing a good job, right?
So when I came here in 2015, we started with 14 recommendations.
Yeah.
And every year, we're trying to do our best to get down to 0. So we're working our way through it.
So anyone, any questions on this?
No, I had the same thought that Susan did, and that while these are important recommendations, they did not seem incredibly significant. So it's nice going.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I remember that laundry list of recommendations. Like, okay, we can take care of this. We can take care of this. It's kind of like that checklist, and so it's like really, really good to see that. Anyone else?
I thought it was interesting that they recommended an operating manual, but it sounds like it would take an awful lot of time just to write it.
So we have manuals that we currently use, especially our purchasing manual, which is our go-to, and we make adjustments to that every year depending on the change in the bidding practices or anything else. So we circulate that, and for the most part, I'd say we're pretty good compliance with it. So, and we're one of the few municipalities that I'm aware of this size that actually has something that they can use to make reference to.
They seem to be suggesting every department have an
That
operating
every
manual.
department?
Yeah.
So
Are they saying that, or are they saying
we'll put that on the to-do list.
Yeah. It just sounded like quite an undertaking to me. Interesting, but, I mean,
So the next item is the non-union officers and employees salary ordinance. So there are separate ordinances for non-union, which are items like council members, lifeguards, camp counselors, and then also employees who cannot be in unions because they are confidential individuals. In addition, the management salary ordinance covers all the department directors, supervisors, things like that. So I'll just have Mr. Rooney speak briefly about these 2 ordinances.
So these are consistent with what we've done in the past. We've established first a 1% increase the first of the year as opposed to having it retroactive towards the end of the year. It seems to help employees with their cash flow a little bit better. And this age of rising costs, every little bit helps. And then the range is to establish the allowance that the village manager can use in awarding performance increases during the year or at the end of the year. So one is addressing the 2022 range, two of them are addressing the 2022 range, and two of them are addressing the 1% up front and the range for 2023.
The next item is a refund of a double property tax payment. One was paid at closing of the house, and the other was paid by a mortgage company. So it's $4,720.78, and the refund will go to the mortgage company.
Okay. Any questions?
The next item is the amendment to the budget because we received the grant for the desilting and desnagging for the Hohokus Brook and the Saddle River. This will allow us to put it into the 2022 budget.
Just a quick question on the desilting and desnagging. Can we just get the map out of where that precisely is going to happen? Because we have a couple of folks along the way that have an interest.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item, thank you, Mr. Rooney, is the road resurfacing and repairs. As you know, you previously awarded the contract for resurfacing and repairs to various village streets to American Asphalt and Trucking of Newark, New Jersey. They've been successfully completing the work of the initial award this summer. They have residual amounts of funds from prior awards that were made to American Asphalt Milling from the West Glen Avenue sidewalk work and from the West Glen Avenue sidewalk work. So they'd like an additional award for $614,000. So it would be additional work, so they do a few more streets, and this would allow them to move forward with that prior to the time when they could no longer do it because it gets too cold.
Anyone?
Okay. Next one is furnishing laboratory analysis services for the water pollution control facility. They received bids, and the outside, this is for 2023, the outside laboratory performs analysis required by NJDEP and the United States EPA for the wastewater treatment plant and also Graydon Pool. There were two plant holders, and we received one responding bid. That was Garden State Laboratories of Hillside, New Jersey, not to exceed $34,546. This comes from the operating budgets for the water pollution control facility and Graydon Pool. Garden State Laboratories has increased their bid over the past year's bid by an additional $3,199. This is due to additional testing protocols required for both the pool and the treatment plant, as well as inflation. Garden State Laboratories has performed these services well for us for the past 9 years. Therefore, the recommendation is to award to Garden State Laboratories.
Anyone? Questions?
Okay. The next item is sale of compost. So we solicited requests for proposals from vendors in the yard waste mulch industry for the sale of the finished compost from Lakeview Compost Facility. We received one response from DTS Trucking of Hawthorne, New Jersey, and the village will receive for this bid $21,750, which is $2.50 a cubic yard, to purchase the finished compost, which is approximately 8,700 cubic yards. The quote is 50 cents per cubic yard less than last year. Laboratory testing has verified that the compost is finished and ready to be disposed of, so we'd like to adopt a resolution in order to sell this compost to DTS Trucking.
Okay. Anyone?
I'm going to recuse myself from this matter.
Okay.
I thought prices were going up. This is $4,350 less. Not that we have a choice.
You don't have a choice. It's
Yeah,
kind of
but
sad, but
how come
Is
prices
compost
go up
just
for
less
us, but
desirable?
not for
I-
anybody
yeah,
else?
I
it
know.
is, so, you know, we're
I-
all right.
Okay, the next one is the amendment to the tree ordinance, because there was some ambiguity or some confusion, I guess, about whether or not people could remove a healthy tree because they didn't want to do a ramp up or a round out. I think those are the two words. Instead-
Ramp up, round out.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so that's basically what we're looking at here to see how we can amend it so that it's more clear.
Well, they're using the word bump out, and I actually haven't heard Declan use that word. He uses the word ramp over.
Yeah, ramp over.
Which
And
part is the amendment, Heather?
D,
D.
right?
Let's read it out loud.
I don't know.
Is that the only part that's been amended? I mean, what is the exact?
Nothing
language?
has been amended. This is
Nothing changed
existing.
yet.
Oh, okay.
This is what's in place now.
But it's what's in D that we're looking to,
Fix. So why don't we let
Clarify.
Pam, why don't we let Pam read it? Because
Okay.
you wrote it, right?
Yeah. The village arborist or their designee shall have authority to determine in such instances covered in this section whether root grinding, a tree's removal, a round out or bump out is warranted for trees within the public right-of-way, with the goal to preserve trees as best as possible. Defective sidewalk slabs within 5 feet of a tree shall be removed and a new slab cast in accordance with the village arborist's directive. So, I would check with Dylan as to whether that term bump out is appropriate there. Should it be ramp over?
But this isn't,
So
the
should
se-
we just
this isn't the
take out-
section, this is not the section where there's ambiguity about the removal of a tree at someone else's discretion. Did we?
I agree, because I looked through the
This-
ordinance, I
but
couldn't find
We
it.
had a different section, I thought there was a different section highlighted that was that, this is not the section, because there's nothing in here. Yes,
I agree.
We can change round out or ramp up, whatever the proper terms are, and
Right.
we should correct that. We want to be correct with our terms, our terminology. However, there's nothing in this D that gives someone the right to, at their discretion, remove a tree instead of fixing the sidewalk.
I agree.
That's a different section, so I just wonder where, there is a section where you and I discussed it. This is not it, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I couldn't find it, honestly.
Can you have the whole thing?
I don't have it with me, no.
I'll tell you what, why don't we do this,
can bring it
Heather?
back to the
Why don't
third.
we add it to Monday?
We
I'm going to
will.
go back and look for that because it
Okay.
was before this section, and I'm sure I circled it somewhere.
Okay.
But this is not it.
Okay.
And you
Okay.
know what, Heather, I'd like to know from Yendi Anderson approximately how many ramp overs we do per year.
Yeah, she's given me that information. We're discussing that, I believe, on Monday. So we're doing the sidewalks and the trees again. So I should be able to get that if I don't have it already.
So there are two things. We need to get the right section where there's that suggestion that there's discretionary removal of a tree. And then the second thing is that we'll check with Declan to determine the terminology that's being used for round out, bump out, ramp over, whatever. So we want to make sure we have that right. Okay.
So
good.
when you find that section, please let us know and we'll copy
I'll
it.
look again tomorrow.
Thank you,
I'll
I
find it.
appreciate it. The next one is placing a hold on demolition of historic properties. The ordinance you have in front of you is from Jersey City, and Mayor Newton asked for this to
All
be
right.
on the agenda.
So apologies, you didn't really need all this paperwork, but I was kind of trying to find something that, a municipality that had it in writing. So the Historic Preservation Commission raised an issue, and it actually came up again during a planning board meeting. When houses pull up demo permit, historic homes are often subject of that demo permit, and we lose those houses permanently, and there's no process where the permit goes, there's no review at the Historic Preservation Commission to look at what the house is, to comment on it, to make a report. So the Historic Preservation Commission would like to establish a policy, the Village Council to establish a policy that gives a demo, that requires a demo permit to first have a Historic Preservation Commission review and a letter commenting to try to prevent the ongoing raising of some of our historic homes. We've seen that on our historic, the master plan element, our historic element of the master plan, that some of the historic districts, the houses had to be removed completely out of the listing. Diane O'Brien did an amazing job, but some of the homes had to be removed, the locations. It was quite, I would say, a number of homes that had been removed as a result of just raising the house and building something new. And not that we don't want people to have full enjoyment of their private property, but there really should be some oversight by Historic Preservation Commission, at least to comment on demo permits before a house is raised. So this is not it. I just wanted to find out before I did any work on it whether or not everyone was in agreement with that, and if so, then we can just pull together an ordinance.
I have concerns. I mean, we all want to preserve the nature of our beautiful historic village, and we all enjoy driving down the street and seeing a grand old home that just looks magnificent. Mm-hmm. My concern is that if that old home has been maintained for many years, it's great. Some homes have not. Mm-hmm. And those homes, while they may be historic in nature, have suffered from so much neglect mm-hmm. that the alternative to knocking it down is to spend a prohibitive amount of money on restoring it. Everyone might not be so inclined to do that, and sometimes the unintended consequences of this kind of ordinance would be to leave a house to further decay. And I'm going to give you an example. There's an environmental law in the books that says that a contaminated piece of property cannot be sold mm-hmm. if it's been contaminated with hazardous waste. Makes great sense. It will force the seller to clean the property before he can sell it. The result, however, was that in many instances, the cost to clean the property exceeded the value of the property. Mm-hmm. And we have all driven by gas stations, for example, that have been dormant for decades, and because there's nothing you can do with it. And that is my concern with this type of ordinance. I'm not saying that we should do it or not do it, but sometimes the unintended consequences are that, again, if it had been maintained over the years, it's in great shape. But, you got a 150-year-old house that nobody spent a nickel on in the last 80 years. Yeah. You can't fix that.
Yeah, so the intent of the ordinance is not to deny someone necessarily the right to demolish their house, to demo and to raise their house. The intent of the ordinance is that the Historic Preservation Commission finds out after the fact. And so all the Historic Preservation Commission is asking is a 30-day pause for HPC review and comment on a specific house if it's going to be subject of a demo permit. And I think the intent is to make a determination as whether or not they can make comments to request a homeowner maybe retain the facade of the home. So in many instances, in a lot of municipalities, they have ordinances requiring that you retain the facade of a home and then build behind it. I actually think somebody told me that and actually shared that with me. So I think the intent is not to deny that, and obviously if something is beyond repair, there's nothing you can do, there's nothing you can do. However, the intent is to just put it on pause, comment, review it, comment, understand the structure, understand the implications on a historic district, and how that structure, maybe if somebody can send a letter to the homeowner and say, would you consider this rather than raising the whole thing?
So would this be, in
like
its
a
best sense, advisory to the homeowner?
Oh, it always is. It actually always is.
So there would be no, so in other words, it wouldn't go, forgive me, it wouldn't then, if the homeowner said, thank you very much for your comments, not interested, I'm knocking it down.
Right.
The village would then not have the authority pursuant to
Correct.
what you're going for
Correct.
to stop them from doing that.
Correct. The only thing is, it's almost like I want to call it a historic intervention, to say, can we help here and offer some guidance for a better outcome? It's advisory. It doesn't have the jurisdiction to approve or deny a demo permit. It just puts it on pause for X amount of time to allow for a review by Historic Preservation Commission to better understand the implications of removing a house like that.
And in that regard, and I put this out there, do we really believe that someone who has applied to knock the house down will then look at this correspondence and say, gee, I never thought of that. Instead of knocking it down and building the house that I already have plans for or I have in my mind, I'm going to restore this house. I just don't, I find this as potentially an exercise in futility. As much as I want to preserve those homes, I don't know that it's practical.
It may not be practical, and maybe one house might be saved, maybe none will be saved, but the one thing that will happen is the Historic Preservation Commission will have a better understanding of the inventory of historic homes and how that shapes the historic districts that we, actually Ridgewood is known for. It is known for that. And so if we don't at least make an attempt to review, I just think that it's a worthwhile effort. And the Historic Preservation Commission, the members, their heart's in this, and I think for many, including myself, it's always painful to see that change in the streetscape. So they would like to have that pause. It's done in many other municipalities. It's a pause. It doesn't dictate what you can or cannot do. It's just a pause to understand better the implications and to maybe send a letter and see if there's a conversation that can be had. Nothing may ever come of it, but if something does and it helps, well, that's good for us.
I'd broaden it to incorporate more than just demolition. I'm dismayed at houses that have been absolutely mutilated, desecrated. And so, like this Jersey City ordinance, it talks about substantial deconstruction. I'm not even sure that's broad enough. Matt, the village attorney couldn't be here tonight. I'd like his input on similar ordinances that have withstood legal challenge.
Yeah. I mean, if you have, there is some, where the HPC, and I think we've always grappled with this. We've had lots of conversations. We've had members come and have conversations about your advisory. So when, to your point, and because I had served on the Board of Adjustment, I have seen it from different sides, from historic preservation and from the application process when it hits the Board of Adjustment. So in many instances, when Historic Preservation Commission is actually making very good, solid recommendations on different additions, but the only time the Historic Preservation will get a review of construction work done on a historic home is if the home is subject to variance relief. So there's this gap that exists where what you're talking about, because if somebody doesn't need a variance,
Yeah.
they just can do anything they want. And when I tell you that Diane O'Brien did this I think it's just beautiful what she accomplished for the historic element, but it was eye-opening to see how many homes were no longer recognizable in these historic streetscapes. And you could see this map where maybe the map was in all historic 30 years ago, because remember, this is 1983, so so you would see that, and then all of a sudden you would see all of these different unshaded areas, because those are the homes that actually had to be removed because they no longer contributed to that historic streetscape. So I'm with you on that. I don't have a problem putting a little bit more to it. I'm good with that, and I think the Historic Preservation Commission, even as an advisory board, would appreciate that opportunity, because at the end of the day, what we do, or what the commission does, is approve signage on buildings, and that's the beginning and end of it, but what is really the value is the historic preservation for the entire village.
I think we have the mandate for that via the master plan.
I agree.
The first sentence is, the village residents want to keep the small town feel. So,
And charming character. It
Yeah,
is the
I think that's
character, and
what
that
we need to
speaks
do.
to architectural. That's exactly what it is. So if we can, are you okay with that?
Oh,
If we
definitely.
kind of
I
work-
think it should be much
Pam, you
tougher.
okay? Are you okay with us?
By all means, pursue it. I'd love to, I want to see,
Okay.
look, we all want the same thing. I just don't know that this is the vehicle for getting that done in a way that is going to be effective.
But what do you think would be the vehicle?
I don't know.
Oh,
of a-
okay,
yeah,
all right.
I don't,
All right.
I don't have, if I had a suggestion,
Okay.
I wouldn't be shy about it.
All right. I think and I appreciate that. And I think that in the absence of any other suggestions or recommendations, I really, in my heart, believe that we need to do something. And when you have people that are so committed and just dedicated to that component of the village, I think they need some better tools in their toolbox.
So what is your next step with this?
I'm going to just go home and write the ordinance. I'm going to work on this. I'm going to talk to Matt. I'm going to work on this. I'll do a ton of research. I will ask Historic Preservation Commission members to work on this as well. And I know some folks who are they're no longer on Historic Preservation Commission. A couple of residents have also offered to help. So if together we can put an ordinance, a draft together, we'll get that done, and we'll bring it back to council.
In the towns that you've talked about that have something like this, are they all like this, advisory in nature, the hold period, and it, there's a hold, there's a recommendation, and it's up to the homeowner to follow it, ignore it, follow part of it?
Yeah.
And because if that's the nature of this, I would be curious to see what their experience has been. If other towns have done this, my thought is, before we start a whole to-do on this, I mean, if we found out that, 10% of the homes were saved. Wow, 10% of the homes were saved. I think it's terrific. If they find that none of the homes are saved, it's strictly advisory, it is a futile effort. Then I wonder, and again, you're going to spend the time on it. I got that.
I'm good with that. Well, I think that and I'd have to go back and look at municipal land use law, but I think that Historic Preservation Commission is advisory, but some have stronger commissions. Like, for instance, Cape May. I think that they have color palettes. They dictate what can and can't happen. And it's a different animal, and I get it. But
And I have other concerns about something that is binding.
Right.
And I know that HPC has great sway with the planning board when they make a recommendation for something in the downtown, because it's the planning board that has the ultimate decision. And that's fine. But again, I have.
Well, planning board doesn't have the ultimate jurisdiction over ordinances downtown. That's the village council. So the planning board, HPC falls under the umbrella of the planning board. The planning board can look at ordinances and things that impact downtown, but at the end of the day, that all comes back to village council. So they can only vote on, if we'll just take for instance the empty storefront window display ordinance. So that has to go to planning board for planning board review. Planning board votes to make the recommendation to have the village council adopt it, but it's still within the purview of the council. So it's ultimately the Historic Preservation Commission falls under the jurisdiction of the planning board, but the village council has the makes the determination as to whether or not to implement, unless there's something you're.
But once the ordinance is in place, isn't it the planning board's responsibility and purview to implement it, so that when for example, signage downtown and storefronts, isn't that ultimately the responsibility?
Well, that would be the building department. That would be the zoning officer. The zoning officer is responsible for making certain that the code is enforced. The only thing we're doing at the Historic Preservation Commission, unless somebody's working outside of what is permitted, it's the code enforcement officer that implements or has the authority to, it's code enforcement. It's the building department has to authorize. They are the enforcement. We make the rules. That's enforcement. Okay. All right. So
Pam,
we'll work on that.
Hold on 1 second. But Pam, was I understanding that you were interested in making it more than just advisory? Like, we wanted to talk to Matt to see if there was a possibility to make it stricter and possibly be more than just advisory.
I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Neither would I.
Yeah. Neither would I.
And I would definitely be opposed to that.
You know, you really strike the balance on private property owner rights and then what we as a community want. But Pam is correct in pointing out that the master plan makes that statement. It's unequivocal, but we have to get this right to determine how we strike the right balance and not interfere with private property owner.
For instance, this Jersey City ordinance, the historic preservation officer can deny an application for a permit, and then there's an appeal process. So if this is upheld, if this has ever been legally challenged and it passed muster in the courts, we could do it too.
And I was upset for sending everything because I was just looking at the demo hold, but thank you. I'm good with it. I felt really bad. I said, I sent an awful lot of paperwork, and I was just focused on that. But you're right. So let's see. Let's take a look at the whole thing, and as long as there's an interest, then let's do it. We'll bring it back as quickly as possible. Okay. Was that it?
Yeah.
That's it.
No operations. Okay. Yeah. With that, we'll go back to public comments, not to exceed 5 minutes per person. Please remember to state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Boyd A. Loving, 342 South Irving Street. Nice to see you all this evening. Sorry that you're not feeling so well, Councilman Vagianos.
Thank you.
Hope you get better soon. With respect to the last conversation you had, it would concern me deeply if something very restrictive were put in place regarding this. An unintended consequence may be that somebody can't sell their home for the price that they were thinking of selling it because the buyer realizes that there are going to be a tremendous number of restrictions on making renovations or tearing down the home. So with the thought in mind that perhaps for many people in Ridgewood, their most valuable investment is their home, and now you're going to knock down the price of their home because the complexity in selling it, I see a tremendous backlash if that happens. So think long and hard. I agree with Councilman Vagianos. Think long and hard about doing something like this, because this could really have an effect on the value of people who own historic homes and their opportunity to dispose of them and make a decent profit. So it's unintended consequences. I think Councilman Vagianos pointed that out very nicely. It's going to rain over the weekend, and it's been cooler, so people are using less water to water their lawns. But there is still the open issue that although the Ridgewood Water Company has suspended the awarding smart controller permits, there's still what is going to happen in the future concerning this disparity between people who do not have smart controllers and can only water 2 days a week to those who have smart controllers and are allowed to water 7 days a week, I believe 10 or 12 hours a day. So I hope the council hasn't forgotten about that. That issue is still out there and still needs to be resolved, although it looks like we're going to have plenty of water from the hurricane. It still bothers me that some people can only water 2 days a week and other people can water 7 days a week, 10 hours a day. And the only thing that's been done so far is that you've suspended the smart water applications from being approved. That's the only thing that's being done so far. So that's still an open issue. And I know that Councilwoman Reynolds is with me on this, and it does need to be resolved. This week, or late last week, the village manager sent out an e-notice, and one of the items in the e-notice concerns political signs. And I remind you that the village attorney, who is not here this evening, pointed out that one provision of that ordinance, which requires either the immediate removal of signs following the election or removal of the signs within 20 days following the election, is unconstitutional and can't be enforced. I would encourage the council to revise that ordinance, because there are some overzealous inspectors that might see that ordinance and issue a summons, and then somebody's got to go to court and fight it. So why don't we just get rid of that provision in that ordinance, just strike it? The attorney has said that it can't be enforced, so why is it still there? It's been there for years after he said get rid of it. So please do revise that ordinance when you get a chance to get rid of that, so we don't have people winding up in court that don't need to be in court. During the last Board of Education meeting, board member Michael Lembo mentioned that the Board of Education is currently in discussion with the village regarding the use of the property that was formerly the public service gas and electric right-of-way that lies between North Irving Street and Ridgewood Avenue for parking purposes for the high school. I have heard no discussion take place at this council regarding that, at least public discussion. I encourage the council, if that is in fact true, that you were negotiating with the Board of Ed to permit parking on that property, that there be some transparency so people know what is going on with respect to that. The people on North Irving Street had fought that for years to allow parking there. Now all of a sudden the Board of Education is saying they're in negotiations with the village to permit that. I believe there are some safety concerns. There was a concern as to whether the County of Bergen was going to allow entrance from the county road, which is East Ridgewood Avenue. There's a lot to be discussed about that before it's just all of a sudden permitted. I pointed out this week in an email that I believe the manager was copied on and maybe the mayor was copied on, that parking is being allowed there now. It is not being enforced. It is not permitted by ordinance, but yet during athletic events, people park there. I don't know why it's not being enforced. It's specifically not allowed by ordinance, but yet people were allowing it. Now the board is reportedly in discussions with you about allowing it on a long-term basis. Can we have some transparency on that issue, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Boyd. Anyone else for public comment?
Stacy Tsapatsaris, 144 North Murray Avenue. I'm very happy to see the agenda item today, placing a hold on demolition of historic properties. Disclosure, I also sit on the Historic Preservation Commission, and my thought is a pause, that's all it is, a pause. Right now, we're looking at applications for temporary signs that are going to go on the facade of a retail establishment, and we take time to look at those. Meanwhile, we're letting precious historic homes get demolished, and we don't even know about it until we drive by one day and they're gone. So it's a matter of even just knowing that it's happening, because right now it's a little bit embarrassing, and specifically for me, when I sit on the HPC, not knowing that certain things are happening. I can tell you sometimes I see signs that go up that I know have not come before us, and I feel embarrassed that I sit on the HPC and somehow it flew underneath, the radar. We didn't know. So when a home goes down that has even that much more significance, it really pains me. And I feel like I'm not really doing my job. I'm not being diligent as being part of the commission. So I really feel that it's super, super important to impose upon this. Now, the gentleman mentioned that it would be unfair for someone that has a historic home that maybe has been in neglect, and maybe he loses the value of his home, and I totally understand that. But at the same time, it will also send a message to developers that come in and purchase properties that they can see are blighted and maybe see a desperate situation and buy it for whatever they feel is right, knowing that Ridgewood's not paying attention anymore, and that we can just go ahead and demolish it and no one will know anything. They'll find out a month later that it's been demolished. So I think that's the biggest concern, and that's our audience. And to the point of, the historic homes, there are buyers out there that are willing to pay money for a historic home because that's what they love. And historic homes are a minority. There's not that many out there. So you should be attracting people that want to buy that home, knowing how much money is going to be poured into it, possibly even a money pit. But that's okay. They're doing it because they see the black and white postcard of this home at some point and they want to bring it back to life. That, to me, is a valuable thing. I think people would want to. It's a hobby. It's like buying these vintage cars and keeping them in your garage and not even driving them, but you just know that they're there and that's your hobby. So to me, I think it's more about showing the outside developer coming in that it's not that easy, that we're not falling asleep, and that there is a pause, more than the other way around. So, and again, it's such a scarcity right now, these historic homes. We have to really take that pause and look at them. And then if I should also add, even as a landlord, I've had occasion where retailers have told me, this is what I want my sign to look like. And I, as a landlord, will say, I don't really like it. Oh, well, it's, we'll take it to the historic preservation. And I can't tell you how thankful I am for that, because things get fine-tuned. And many times, and this was before I was on the HPC, and we get a better sign because of it, because we have, the people that are sitting there on the commission giving us great advice. Now, being part of the commission, I see many applications. I sit with Susan and the rest of the folks on HPC, and the people leave thanking us because we've actually caught typos. Things weren't centered. We felt that the sign could have been even that much more attractive or bolder or what have you. So there are benefits to it, and I'm hoping that future homeowners or property purchasers of a historic property will see the value of what the HBC would bring as well. And if you're looking for volunteers to take a look at what you're looking to put together, I'd be more than interested. Thank you so much for putting it on the agenda. I think this is super, super important. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Any other public comments? Okay, I'm going to close public comment and just go to three things. So I think it's really important, but I did say we have to strike the right balance, private property owners, so we want to strike a balance and do the right thing. Smart controllers, I think we're looking at those, so we're...
It'll be on the agenda next,
It'll be on the agenda.
On the 3rd.
I actually agree with Mr. Loving on the sign ordinance. I think we should bring it back and fix it, because I know we were all here when we said, well, it's not really enforceable, and it's probably it's a constitutional. It violated. Okay, unconstitutional. Thank you. And finally, and Heather, I don't know, and Councilman Vaggianos was there. I didn't interpret anything as being in negotiations with the BOE about any property, so I can reach out to the Mr. Lembo and ask him for some clarification, and I don't think you interpreted
No,
that we were in
there
any...
was a discussion at a committee meeting where council members meet with members of the Board of Education, and we were discussing the parking issue here, and we were discussing alternatives. That's as far as it went. There were no negotiations. I don't know if it was misheard or misspoken, but there are no negotiations. It is simply a discussion looking for other, as the discussion's been going on for as long as I've been in town, other places where people can park their cars.
And I'll just add that we did have a conversation during that meeting, and during that particular segment of the meeting, we had a conversation about the history of the property and our meetings, and this goes back every bit of 6-7 years ago. We met with PSE&G, we discussed options and opportunities, but at the end of the day, didn't go anywhere. And so there was a part of that, I think, that we gave a bit of history as to what the issues were, the safety issues, the concerns, the infrastructure underneath. So Heather and I, having been all through those conversations and navigated them in many meetings, we had kind of the history, and we gave that history, shared it. So maybe there was some misunderstanding there. I don't know, but I will straighten that out. And with that, I guess we'll take a resolution.
And just to that point, if it ever got more serious, everyone will know.
Everyone would know. There you go. Very good. So resolution to go into closed session.
So moved.
Second.
No.
Be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the Village Council meet in closed session on September 28, 2022 at 7:30 p.m. or as soon thereafter as the matter on the agenda can be reached, and that said closed session be held in the fourth floor caucus room of Ridgewood Village Hall, 131 North Maple Avenue, Ridgewood, New Jersey. And be it further resolved that the matters to be discussed in closed session are limited to legal PFAS litigation. These matters are allowable under NJSA 10:4-12 at SEC. And be it further resolved that the minutes of this meeting shall be made available to the general public when such matters have been deemed completed by resolution of the Village Council. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No. So are we doing closed session in here again? Okay.
Sure.
Oh. Okay.
If not, would you guys be comfortable? And again, if you're not, believe me, whatever you want to do, I will wear my mask the entire time. Got it. No. Here. Wait. Look who you're talking to.